Ugh. I still feel very awful, but I feel better. Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh. All right. I just now realized that one saying says for all intents and purposes, not intensive purposes. For all intents and purposes, blah 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 blah. All right. Can't believe you're running this back, dude. I got nothing else to do. Plus, I've almost reset the round counter, and I only gotta do it like oh, like 2 more times after this, or 1 more time. I don't know. What else am I gonna do? Play another map? No, I've tried that, and I keep dying because I have like a super skill issue. Plus, once I get to oh, another double. Hi. And plus, once I get to infinite instas, it'll be easy because I'm not gonna turn on Pack-a-Punch this time, so it'll be super smooth sailing from that point on. Hoping to turn on Pack-a-Punch by maybe, I don't know, first week of February, or not that. Get to infinite instas. I'm about a third of the way there, so. Also, it's like a yearly tradition now, you know? Next year, I'll do it again. And it'll be fun. Alright. Plus, this is gonna be a super easy time this time around. Alright, what do I do now? YouTube. Oh, I know what I need to do actually. Hold on. I have still had absolutely nothing posted from Hath yet, man. These are literally the link to the same thing, pretty much. Alright. Banana salad, yum. I already know how to do all this stuff, though. What do you think of my numbers? I tried and I was getting 2 point. Oh, I have. Honestly, I have no idea. I've been like so out of it the past day or two. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Policy statement. No graphing calculators or cell phones allowed on the final exam. I gotta learn what all of these are. Mm-hmm. Due at 5 p.m.? Bro. Formula for variance. What on earth? Oh, this is p-value. Okay. Dude, I don't know if I'm ready for this, honestly. Oh, what the heck's my M number? I need to read the syllabus. Alright. If I hit begin activity. Oh. Alright, I understand. And then this is the chemistry part. Mastering. Oh man. I know this one all too well. Oh, I need a periodic table. Alright. Fluorine is a -1 charge. That is a halogen. Argon's a noble gas. BA. Where's CL at? CL is also a -1. That's gonna be a Hausen. Lithium's gonna be a +1, so it's gonna be a alkali metal. K is potassium, which is also a +1. No. There's that round. Yeah. Easy, right? Alright. Back to this again. Mass number and an atomic number, okay. Well, it has 25 protons in it. Manganese, so... how do I do this? Templates? So the 35 goes on bottom then, right? 25 goes on bottom. Alright, 25. Hold that thought. I'll have to dedicate, like, actual time to this stuff. Hi, hello. Oh, oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, 08, 006. Okay. Hold up. Copy. Oh. There we go. Alright, cool. Should I get Balatro? No. I still do want to learn Spanish.
Over the course of 2025, a lot of formerly impossible levels were finally reached by legitimate players. Last year raised the limits of this game tremendously, and so now that it's passed, it's time to take a look back at all of these achievements people made happen. This is every impossible level verified in 2025. To kick off 2025, we first saw the verification of Battle of the Shades Phase 4. Battle of the Shades is one of the more infamous levels in the game's history due to its constant updates to different increasingly difficult levels that eventually resulted in it being unrated. The first 3 phases had all been verified many years ago, but Phase 4 endured. Phase 4 was an interesting yet brutally difficult layout. Despite coming out when Bloodlust was nearing the end of its top 1 run, this level exceeds Tartarus in difficulty.
Dude, Bloodlust.
Clearly,
Oh my
nobody
gosh, I
was going
remember
to beat it
that.
back then. Throughout the time it's existed, there's been a lot of failed verification attempts, but that all changed when Carnati entered the picture. Unlike most of the prospective verifiers, he actually stuck to the grind for more than 1 or 2 progress videos, and had determination to finally see it through. On January 17th, he ended up putting an end to Phase 4. It had been 7 years since the initial release of Phase 4 when it was finally verified. It took Carnati a total of 47,000 attempts to reach this point. But as far as Battle of the Shades goes, this isn't actually the end of the story. 2 years before the verification, the level received its Phase 5 update, which has not been beaten to this day. It still lurks in the background for anybody up to the challenge. As for Carnati himself, during 2025 he'd go on to achieve bigger and harder things, like Codependent Solo, and actively trying to attempt the top 20 Demon Menace. Silent Poltergeist likely doesn't need too much introduction. It's one of the handful of
I don't know,
levels
it's a
donning the
video
silent prefix that
called Every Impossible Level verified in 2025 on for a Geometry Dash, since I kind of play that game. Man, I do not want to do anything with school this semester. I'm done. I'm done. I'm seeing all my assignments and stuff I'm gonna have to do, and I have zero motivation at all to do it. Yeah, mine started on the 12th, and I already got sick the very first week, so I went to one class on Wednesday, yesterday, and I just went home because I was feeling not good. Want to make a payment? Okay. My dad just actually texted me, how are you feeling? Decent, comma, a little. So I got like, it's just the sheer amount of labs I have is what hello, is what the scary part is. I have 3 science classes. That's not the issue. I have 3 labs to go along with it though. I have genetics, biology 2. I have 3. Yeah, same here. I have 3 labs too. Genetics, I have a biology 2 and a chemistry 2 lab. And on top of that, I have my diversity and criminology, which actually should be pretty easy. And then I also have a pre-calculus 2. And maybe I'm like super pessimistic right now because I just don't feel well, but man, I'm not ready for it. I'm ready for chemistry, criminology, and that's about it. I'm not ready for biology or genetics. In the slightest. I am not ready for those classes. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't think, like, even if I really try, I don't think I'll be able to get all A's this semester. Like, not even close. Let's see. Intermediate drawing, intermediate photography, and beginning sculpture along with geology and art history. Ooh. Yeah, I wish I had, I don't know, easier classes, but I'm on the path to do double major, so like only, oh my gosh, only one of my classes this semester actually has to do with my current degree, and that's criminology. Everything else is just like side classes. That way I can move along in my degree for chemistry as well. I tried applying at the money for that. Yeah, I have the money. I'll be broke, but I'll still technically have the money. But I won't. I don't know. I'm done with school, kind of in general. I'm so done with school. I don't care for it anymore. I'm so over it. Technically, once I finish up this year, I could be done. I just gotta go through. Yeah, this is 2.5 years. Oh man, this is my last full year. By the end of December, I'll have my degree in criminology and criminal justice, and then I'll be 1 semester away from having my degree in chemistry, which I probably realistically I do need that. For my forensic science stuff, but It's a BFA. A bachelor... I don't know. Thankfully, I only have 2 classes tomorrow for school, and then I get out early. Bachelor's of Fine... Oh, okay. Oh, it's just like a BA then, okay. I mean, I already have my associates in criminology and criminal justice, which is enough for me to go get a job in what I want right now. But... I don't know. I just... You know, I don't know. I just don't want to go to school right now. I'm so done. I'm over it. I mean... Yeah, that's the thing. I could do all these classes online as well. But I need to have the human interaction of going in person. I need to have that. Oh, zombies. I need to have that. Man, these zombies suck. I need to have in-person exposure to function as a human. Unfortunately. So. I know. I prefer that too? Yeah. I have to, with my 3 science classes, those are the ones that are all in person. Everything else is online. Total of 5 classes. I need to get to know at least one person from each class. That's what I really need to do. That's the goal. I met one person already in my chemistry class, Ray, who was sitting just on my left and there. She's also in my lab, so that's good. So that's one person. She wasn't really talking to anyone else either. So I don't know if she knows anyone else in that class. So one person. That was hard. That was hard enough. Starting up a conversation then. Dude, I'm not good at starting conversations at all. Like that initial icebreaker. Ugh. I'd actually rather get shot than have to talk to someone new like that. But that's literally the only way. It is quite literally the only way to get to know someone new. And which kind of sucks, you know. I wish I could skip that part. So I got her at least for that class. I feel bad though. On Wednesday, chemistry's my I have chemistries on Mondays and Wednesdays. But I was feeling so awful Wednesday that after my first class, I just went home. So I kind of left her high and dry there. I feel bad, so I'll see her on Monday. Hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. Assuming that we sit in the same spots. We don't have assigned seating, but, you know, people don't really move their seats after the first couple days. So hopefully I'm able to find her again. Otherwise, I gotta completely restart because I don't know where she may have gone. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, I would plan my schedule with my friends. So I knew this one kid from my previous semester, Lucian, and he's just not in any of my. He changed his major, or degree, which sucks. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was gonna find him in my chemistry too, but he changed his degree, so there goes that. So I know absolutely nobody, and I'm not too into. I don't know. hoping I'll be able to find that Ray girl again. Because I don't want to have to talk to someone new all over again. For my biology class, I plan on assuming they sit in the same spot, and are also wearing, they had like a, it was so odd, it was this girl sitting there with like some, it was like a bandana almost. It was so, I've never seen anywhere where anything like that. So I'm going to hopefully attempt to use that as a conversation opener. Given that she sits in the same spot as well. We'll see how that goes. But as for genetics, yeah, no. Genetics is not happening. I don't like about meeting. I know in each class. That's the thing. I don't. I don't have a single person I know in any of my classes. So. Oh well. Sink or float. I'll either, if I really need to, I will talk to people, you know. I'm gonna have to as well once I get into my lab, or my labs, you know, my row table. So hopefully I sit by someone or find people that are decent, like I did last semester. Oh my gosh, I'm dreading my labs though. On Tuesdays, I have 5 hours worth of labs all in one go. I'm there from 11 a.m. to like 4:30. One lab all the way through, 15-minute break, and then another lab all the way through. I'm over school.
That was made by Salient himself, and went on to be one of the noteworthy levels during the peak popularity of impossible levels in this game. Where Silent Clubstep's first ship bottlenecked players on their attempts to verify it, Silent Poltergeist had the extreme mini-wave spam parts that were located in the second half of the level. You had to make it through a bunch of hard gameplay just to hope you can hit the spams while under pressure. Naturally, this caused it to go unbeaten for almost an entire decade. Players just hadn't developed the capability to do gameplay like this for a very long time. But in the modern day, with the popularization of alternating, Silent Poltergeist was something people would look back on and see as something that could maybe be done. Alternating is where players spam by alternating between their hands and different jump buttons on the keyboard to achieve much higher CPS and better control than single tapping. One player who had mastered this skill was WizKid05. WizKid is one of the most popular top players in the entire game for his willingness to take on very unconventional challenges with his wide and diverse skill set, with spam levels being no exception. He'd already verified grains of sand with his alternating skill, and so he gave Silent Poltergeist a go. En route to the completion, he'd get 85 4 times in 84, proving his capability. It wasn't too surprising when on January 29th he'd beaten the level. This level that had been released in 2015 and was never meant to be seriously attempted had finally gotten verified. WizKid himself said he was enamored by the level as a kid, and yet he would go on to be the one to make history and beat it nearly a decade later. Even hearing the phrase "I beat Silent Poltergeist" was surreal.
Aftermath V2? Oh my gosh. What are all these throwback levels? I remember these like popping up back in the day.
Aftermath V2 was, as the name states, a much harder reimagination of the original Aftermath. Equinox first made people aware of the level after attempting it following his Silent Cataclysm verification, but he was not the one to see it through. That honor would go to Mewtwo557, who had become a victor of Silent Cata and also verified Bloodbath V2, leaving Aftermath as the last trilogy level he hadn't beaten a formerly impossible remake of. He had some rough fails along the way like 90 and 94, but never gave up on the verification. 92,000 attempts of grinding went into this remake of Aftermath most people would never have tried to attempt at all.
90,
and on April
oh
7th
my
of
gosh.
2025 it got verified, completing the third trilogy remake. Aftermath V2 is assessed to be harder than Tartarus. Mewtwo didn't stop here with obscure achievements. He's done other things like verifying Quasar's newest level Ort in the original Enlil copy of Sonic Wave in an unbugged fixed state. Cyclone Machine by Electro 2001 was a 1.7 styled impossible level created in Update 2.0. It had a nerfed version that was verified by XE in 2024, but Septagon went on to verify the unnerfed version of the level last year. Septa was in a race with XE to verify the nerfed version, but ended up dropping it out of demotivation after getting 78. The main thing that set the unnerfed apart was layered orbs that got replaced in the nerfed after the mechanic was broken. But the unnerfed gave him another chance to add his name to the history of the level, and so that's what he attempted to do. On July 5th, he'd end up getting the unnerfed done. This level actually uses the 1.7 limitations in cool ways for being as old as it is, so it was cool to see it be verified. Septagon was able to pull through the level, layered orbs and all. Septagon is one of the premier impossible level players, and it was cool to see him get another verification. Outside of that, in 2025, he'd achieved world records on numerous other levels. To list them, we have Old Orochi with 81%, Silent Acropolis with 66,
There was a Silent Acropolis?
51, yes that's a different level, Silent Machine in 4 runs, and 61 on Singularity. It'll be exciting to see what Septa can do in 2026.
Unnerfed
Our next level is
Captain
potentially the
Circles?
most famous of every single one of them in this video with unnerfed Sekupin Circles. As we know, the rated version of the level was altered to nerf the spam part. As with Silent Poltergeist, alternating allowed this version to become a possibility for the community. During the verification race, this level saw one of the most heartbreaking fails of the year, when Total GD crashed at 82 in the ship part after passing all of the wave gameplay including the spam from zero. They could have been the one to make history under different
no way that's
circumstances,
where it
but here
comes
wasn't
from.
meant to be. They ended up fading away from the level and other players would be left to pick up the slack. Whoever passed the spam next would have to keep their nerves in check to try and see it through. On July 15th, another player got a chance at history, this time being 83s. And this time they managed to make it through without choking the run. At the time of verification, unnerfed Sekupin Circles was the hardest verified impossible level. Since then, it's even received a first victor in Rose, one of the most underrated players in the game at present. There will be more on them later. But Sekupin Circles being verified in its unnerfed form brought an end to nearly 10 years of the level looming as an infamous unverified impossible one. One day after Sekupin Circles, No Name would end up verifying the really controversial Riot's demise. This remake of Buff Bath has had a very contentious reputation throughout the community ever since the showcase of it by LayGD hit the algorithm and suddenly 300,000 people were aware of its existence. In the past, the unnerfed innards verifier, Eandis, had attempted an at the time top 1 version, but eventually stopped. Like him, No Name 228GG would create his own version of the level, this time targeted at top 40 difficulty, and ended up verifying it not too long after. Remember Rose? Well, they would be the verifier instead of first victor with the next level. Wacky Circles was a really silly impossible circles level that had been progressed on by Kiwi. Its gameplay is entirely unfriendly to the player, and that fact is immediately apparent upon watching it. Lots of spam and microscopic gaps scattered everywhere. Kiwi's version of the level would end up being in the hands of Rose, who went on to verify it. It only took them 21,000 attempts, which just shows how talented at the wave they are, seeing as they'd also say it was top 25 in difficulty. But again, Rose would end up taking another step further with these kind of impossible wave levels. Just 1 month later, they'd end up verifying Silent Silhouette. Silent Silhouette takes the previously mentioned alternating spam gameplay to its limits. The entire level is largely composed of that. They verified it in even less attempts, with it only taking a measly 13k. Rose deserves to be more well known throughout the community for all of these achievements under their belt. Outside of these verifications, they'd beat Defeated Circles, get 58 on Tidal Wave, and beat Silent Clubstep. One can only hope to guess what Rose will go on to accomplish in 2026. The hardest impossible level verification to date was the original unnerfed Sari Never Clear. Glow had been playing it in secret for many months and 218,000 attempts. The main thing that set this level apart was the ending cube that required a 300 FPS frame perfect to pass in the intended manner, with riddled segments you needed to pass on the way to even get a chance. Before the verification attempt, Glow had passed the 300 FPS frame perfect from 0 once, before dying to the skippable last straight fly. On his second chance, he skipped it and made it to the end, becoming the verifier. Since then, the previously mentioned no-name 228 GG became the first victor of the level and compared it to Tidal Wave in difficulty. I have a full video on Glow's personal experience and struggles with this level for anybody curious that'll be linked on the end screen. Subsuming Vortex was at one point in time considered to be the hardest level on the impossible levels list, and now it's been beaten legitimately. Progress on it started as a challenge for the challenge list in the form of Subsuming Vortex 66p, before Curse decided to take it further and give it an actual go. What started as playing for fun would turn into his biggest project to date, with months of streams attempting to give the level a legitimate verification. He'd gotten 96 on the level 4 months before the verification, which was the worst fail he'd ever gotten on anything. It has a lot of parallels with his attempt to verify Sakupan Circles, taking an impossible level and coming so close to beating it, except this time he didn't make the mistake of dropping it, and managed to see the level through. With the decoration being quite dated, Ren 2
Hooray! Hold up. Just over 38 hours. Look at this guy, SMH. I've done a 484-hour game before. I can do it. It'll be hard, but I can do it. Hold up. Alrighty. Let's continue. Let me get my plus 255 ready though here. Hold on. People are like, "Yay! Yeah! Wow! 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 Wow!" So how fast am I compared to my other 255? Dude, I have gotten 255 on tag more times than I can count, honestly. I have done it so many times at this point. It's actually insane. Oh, dude, Zoink streaming! Yeah, let's go, Zoink streaming! Yeah, wow! Alright, let's see here, hold on. Alright. Lawyer guy? How do I kidnap someone legally? You can't. Oh my gosh, I'm so fast.
Hey guys, summer has ended.
Dang, I'm about 58 minutes fast right now. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, comma, you can't. So yes, comma, Gabe will eventually have to go home. Figure it out? Fuck you mean figure it out? The hell you mean figure it out? POV the angler be like? Thoughts on using katana instead? How about thoughts on never saying that ever again in your life? What about that? I'm an hour fast, by the way. That my chaining has been good enough to the point where I'm an hour faster than I was last game, which is kind of crazy. I'm on 255 right now. I gotta get my You do the ammo run by. Oh well, I guess actually. I guess, yeah. You could do that, yeah. For instas. Yeah, you could. You know, that being the case. I mean, what else are you going to use it for, though, you know? What else are you going to use the katana for? Like, it's useless on instas by default. Just go invisible and then just run back. You should easily be able to get back there in enough time. Same kills as Ragged? I would assume it does. Just not have. Yeah, you just have to, like, jump and, you know, press the button. It should. I would say it would be pretty similar. Oh, I gotta look for the 255 picture. I don't know where it's at. Oh, here it is. Okay, alright. No, hold on. I'm making my own plus 256. This is... I like it, but... Hold on. I gotta get something ready to go here. Alright. I screenshotted the preview. Where did those go? Hold on. They go into my downloads folder? Alright. But where at? Oh, they went to video footage. What the heck? That works for me, though. Alright, let me go to Canva and get this made up real quick here. Gotta be perfect right here. Alright, there's the 2. Where's my 5? I don't have a 5. I have to go download it real quickly. Where's my, thing at? No, it's not this. There we are. Download, upload, downloads. That looks right. 250. Then we need a 6 here. I need to group these. There we go. So I need a plus now. So uploads, I need a 1. Um, Untitled Design 2. Alright, cool. Okay, well, hold on. What? What is this? Bro. Alright, well, I guess we're not using my own. Oh, wait, hold on. So pixelated, though. Yep. I'll just use JZMs. Now, hold on, let me... Would be something like that. Alright, now let me get this fixed here. It looks right. Alright.
Five Nights at Freddy's is a... Yeah, we're not doing this bit. We all know what Five Nights at Freddy's is, and we all know about the various challenges that you can complete, including not using any of the game's resources, beating stupidly hard max modes, or even beating the game by doing absolutely nothing. Or can you? You see, everyone knows that by setting the frame rate to 1 FPS on Five Nights at Freddy's 1, you can beat the entire game, including 420 mode, without doing anything. But what if you didn't want to do that? What if that was too easy? What if you wanted to do it legit without any glitches or any exploits? What if you just spawned into the office and never ever touched the mouse or keyboard and just went to take an hour-long map? Would you come back to a night 5 paycheck? Well, that is what the point of today's video is. Is it possible to beat Five Nights at Freddy's by doing absolutely nothing? And when I say Five Nights at Freddy's, I mean Five Nights at Freddy's 1, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and Five Nights at Freddy's 3. As these three games are the most RNG dependent of the games and are probably the most well known and interesting, plus the only ones that are actually possible to beat by doing absolutely nothing. Technically, we will get into that, trust me. But with that, let's not waste any more time and begin with FNAF 1. So the original Five Nights at Freddy's has been dissected from top to bottom. And I'm sure everyone and their mother knows about CD+, or, like I mentioned before, how if you set the frame rate to 1 FPS, you can beat the game by doing absolutely nothing. However, both of these methods are really boring and break our pre-established rules, so we're going to have to look a little deeper. Now, in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, there are only 4 animatronics that we have to deal with. And these 4 definitely have the most well-known AI in the entire series. I don't really need to explain it. But for that one person in the back who doesn't know how they work, welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's Animatronic AI Explained, brought to you by Jerikai Games. Every animatronic we'll be dissecting in this video work on what are called movement opportunities. Every 5 seconds or so, depending on the game, each animatronic will generate a random number between 1 and 20 and compare that number to their AI level. If the random number is less or equal to the animatronic's AI, then the animatronics will be allowed to move. However, if their number is greater than their AI level, they will not move. That means that each animatronic will have an AI and 20 chance to move, which is pretty much how every single animatronic works. They all work on a 0 to 20 AI system. There are a few exceptions, but we will cross them when we get to them. One exception is that the animatronics only have a 6.5% chance of being subscribed to this channel, just like you guys. But this can be changed by you just simply hitting that subscribe button to help us hit 100,000 subscribers, as well as have a better chance of dealing with the animatronics. And that has been Five Nights at Freddy's Animatronic AI Explained. Now that we know how the animatronics work, let's talk about beating FNAF 1 by doing nothing. So at a base level, every animatronic in this game is unable to attack the player unless the camera is flipped up. Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy's movement chances mean absolutely nothing for this video, since as long as you don't open up the camera, none of them can kill you. However, there is one animatronic that is a wild card, and of course, that is Foxy. It's Foxy. I mean, come on, you guys should know this. Foxy does not care about the cameras being up. If the door is open, Foxy will jump you. So the next logical step is that you close the door whenever Foxy is about to hit the door. However, there is a second part of Foxy's mechanic, which is the amount of power that he takes each time he hits the door. And this is going to cause some problems, since if Foxy ends up hitting the door enough times, he can take an insane amount of power. Foxy takes 1% the first time he hits the door, and then for each hit after that, he takes an additional 5%. And this stacks with each time he hits the door, meaning that he takes 16% power once he hits the door a 4th time, which is a stupid amount to lose. I mean, this bit doesn't really mean anything, since the whole point of this challenge is that we, don't move, so closing the door means nothing, but it's just something to take in mind. Now, another added bit of complexity is to the fact that Foxy actually gains an AI level at 3 AM and at 4 AM, meaning that even on night 1, Foxy will have an AI of 2 by the end of the night. Now, to calculate all the chances of being able to beat FNAF 1 by doing absolutely nothing, we have to look at Foxy's AI levels for each night in order to make our final calculations. On night 1, Foxy's AI level is 0, but by 4 AM it's raised to 2. On night 2, he has an AI level of 1, but by 4 am, it's raised to 3. Night 3, he has an AI level of 2 and 4 by 4 am. Night 4, he has an AI level of 6 and 8 by 4 am. Night 5, he has an AI level of 5 and 6 by 4 am. And for the hell of it, on night 6, he has an AI level of 6 and 8 by 4 am. So looking at these numbers, nights 3 and 6 are going to be the least likely. But let's actually do the math. Foxy gets a movement opportunity every 5.01 seconds, meaning that throughout an entire Five Nights at Freddy's one night, which is 8 minutes and 55 seconds, or 535 seconds, we divide that by the 5.01 seconds to find that Foxy will have a total of 106.78 movement opportunities, but we can round that to 106 chances to move throughout a night. For night 1, Foxy only has 53 movement opportunities. However, something we have to consider is the fact that Foxy only has to succeed in 3 movements before he can attack the player. In our hypothetical run, he can only be successful with 2, since if he makes the 3rd movement, he will be on a completely different system, where he has 25 seconds where he will wait and check if the door is open or not. So we just have to assume that Foxy will only make it to stage 3 throughout our run, which is where he is out of the cove, but not completely out of the camera. So with this, we subtract 2 from the total of movements that we have to work with. So from there, we can start plugging our numbers to figure out the chances. Now, please keep in mind, I suck at math, so if I get anything wrong, don't beat me up, please. I'll leave the mistakes in the comments below, I swear. Anyways, night 1 is obviously possible to beat by doing absolutely nothing. But the actual chance is 1 in 15, which is actually quite low, but very possible to do. But suddenly, we have some problems. This is night 1, where there is only a possible 53 movement opportunities for Foxy to move. And even if we subtract 2 movements of that, it goes from a 1 in 15 to a 1 in 13.5 chance. So from here on out, things are gonna get ugly really fast. Night 2 ups the stakes quite a bit, with there only being a 1 in 233 chance, which doesn't sound that bad, but you have the same chance of being diagnosed with schizophrenia than you do to beat FNAF 1's Night 2 without doing anything. Which, to be fair, actually attempting to beat this game without doing anything would unironically make you lose your mind, but things are only going to get worse from here. So Night 3 is where the numbers start to get a bit crazy. The chance of beating FNAF 1's Night 3 by doing absolutely nothing is a 1 in 76,000 chance, which is crazy, but it gets even worse. Night 4 is where the numbers go from being crazy to borderline unimaginable. So the chance of beating Night 4 of FNAF 1 without doing any actions, being completely AFK, is 1 in 26 quadrillion.
Yeah, okay.
You have more of a chance of winning the lottery twice in a row than beating FNAF 1's Night 4 without ever touching the mouse or keyboard. And this also has the same chance as Night 6, since Foxy has the same AI on Night 4 as on Night 6. Night 5 is, oh my god, 1 in 19 trillion chance, which isn't as massive as the 1 in 26 quadrillion chance, but it's still absolutely insane to think about. However, now I want to address a very interesting question that I'm sure a lot of you have. What is the chance to beat FNAF 1 without doing anything? Like, what is the chance of beating nights 1 to 5 in a row without ever dying if you do
Multiply all those
absolutely
together.
nothing?
Oh,
Now
no.
strap yourself in, because this number gets ridiculous. Taking our 1 in 15, our 1 in 233, our 1 in 76,000, our 1 in 26 quadrillion, and our 1 in 19 trillion, and adding it all together, we get the disgustingly large number of 1 in 131 undecadillion. Now, how
Undecadillion?
big is 131 undecadillion? It's 131, with just a small amount of 36 zeros. 1 million is only 6 zeros. A billion is only 9 zeros. This is 36 zeros. The chance of beating this challenge is so large and so unlikely that life as we know it would have ceased to exist and the universe would no longer exist. So now
How long is that though, like time-wise, you know? I mean, what if we do Okay, I don't know how to... No, I'm not doing that, man. No.
Now that this made you guys think about your own mortality, let's talk about the elephant in the room, 420 mode. Unfortunately, there is no way to beat 420 mode by doing absolutely nothing, since at 20 AI, every animatronic, including Foxy, will have a 100% chance to move on every single movement opportunity. So if you don't do anything, Foxy will kill you exactly 40.03 seconds after the night starts. So there is no way that you can beat this night by doing absolutely nothing. Which means you cannot 100% Five Nights at Freddy's 1 by doing absolutely nothing. But you could theoretically beat nights 1 to 5 if you got incredibly lucky, or literally had an infinite amount of time. And while yes, there is some wiggle room with Foxy having certain opportunities, and yes, it is technically possible to beat Five Nights at Freddy's 1 while only showing the left door, exploits and glitches are probably going to be needed to beat this game by doing nothing. But even then, why would you want to do that? But anyways, let's now move on to probably the most interesting game for this video, Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
That's gonna be a no already.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is a very different game compared to the original one, having 11 characters to FNAF 1's 4, and also having them mostly do the exact same thing. I mean, you know, very original. However, for this video, there are only 2 main characters that we need to actually address, them being the Puppet and Withered Foxy. Every other character is we can't kill you unless you flip up the camera, so we can quite literally just chill, watch some Netflix, and, you know, subscribe to Yokai Games. But Withered Foxy and the Puppet don't care and will kill you no matter what. So, let's start with the Puppet. So everyone knows that in this game, the Puppet is the only reason you actually need to be on the camera in the first place, and it's to stop this whiny little brat from breaking out and stabbing you in the face. But is it a death sentence if the Puppet breaks out of the box? Well, believe it or not, the Puppet's ability to kill the player isn't a set thing, but actually works on a chance system, which means that there is the very possibility that the Puppet will never ever kill you. Now, once the Puppet escapes, there is a movement path that the Puppet uses to move towards your office, but to be honest, it's a bit weird, and I'm not even sure it's really a known thing, so we're gonna move on. All we do know is they have to go through the main hall camera, but what is important to this is that once the Puppet has reached your office, they have a 1 in 10 chance to kill you every second. And this is the number that we're going to be testing for each night to see what the chance of you just being able to sit in the office and not have the Puppet kill you is. Now, I should mention before we, continue is that there is actually a chance that the Puppet will just never ever leave the box, but that's actually less likely, so we're gonna just ignore that. So first things first, we have to figure out exactly how many seconds are in a FNAF 2 night, and thankfully that's really easy. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 nights last exactly 7 minutes or 420 seconds. Then, for each night, we have to figure out how long it actually takes for the Puppet to unwind from the music box. And then we can just go from there. Obviously there is some wiggle room with these numbers, but here's how long it takes for the Puppet's music box to unwind each night. Night 1, it takes 50 seconds. Night 2, it takes 50 seconds. Night 3, it takes 33.33 seconds. Night 4, it takes 25 seconds, and on Night 5, it takes 20 seconds. So for this video, we will not be looking at nights 6 and 7, since we only want to focus on the main game.
7.
Plus, once you see the numbers, you're not gonna, it doesn't really matter. Let's go over the numbers. Night 1 is interesting because the Puppet actually cannot start winding down the box until 1 AM, which means we don't have to account for the first hour. So each in-game hour in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is 70 seconds. So that plus 50 seconds means we can take 120 seconds off 420 seconds, leaving us with only 300 seconds to actually work with. So taking that all into consideration, the chance of the Puppet never ever attacking the player throughout the entire night is 1 in 53 trillion. Oh my god. This is going to f***ing suck. Night 2 is when the Puppet just starts unwinding instantaneously, meaning that we only get 370 seconds to work with, which means we have a 1 in 86 quadrillion chance of beating this night without doing anything. We were getting these numbers by Night 4 on FNAF 1, and this is only Night 2. This is about to get crazy. Night 3 gives us the weirdest time, as we only get 386.67 seconds to work with, giving us a 1 in 530 quadrillion. Jesus Christ, this is going to get terrible. Night 4 gives us 395 seconds to work with, meaning we have a 1 in 1.2 quintillion, which is unreal. But then we got Night 5, which only gives us 400 seconds to work with, giving us a disgusting 1 in 6.1 quintillion chance of having the puppet never ever show up. And remember, this is before we have considered the other wild card in FNAF 2, that being Withered Foxy. And the way he works makes this game go from impossible to not a f***ing chance. It's always Foxy, isn't it? It's always Foxy. It's always Foxy. Well, technically. Withered Foxy has 2 stages, and the more complicated stage is his kill stage, which for this challenge, Foxy can never reach. This is because Foxy's kill timer isn't a chance formula, it's a timer. Once Foxy enters the hall, you must flash him or you will eventually die. So we have to hope that Foxy never gets the chance to enter the hall in the first place, which means we have to go back to the boom and opportunities, and thankfully it'll be easier since Withered Foxy only gets 1 every 5 seconds. So this means throughout a normal night, Withered Foxy will only get a total of 84 movement opportunities. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Night 1, he isn't here, so it's just the 1 in 53 trillion chance of the puppet. I mean, that's just rookie numbers, am I right? Like that's not even bad. But night 2 is where we start to get insane. Now, Fox's AI level is a bit weird going up and down through most nights, so I will average it out and do the best I can because otherwise the math is just going to get really confusing. Night 2, Foxy gets an AI level of 1 by 1 AM, meaning we only have to account for 70 movement opportunities. So the chance of Foxy never getting an opportunity to move on night 2 is a 1 in 36 chance. Okay, that actually seems reasonable, but this is also just night 2. Night 3, Foxy's AI averages at 3, which means that the chance of Foxy never moving on night 3 is a 1 in 855,000 chance. Okay, that's not unbelievably terrible odds compared to what we had before, but that's still a big number. Night 4 is probably the worst night, since Foxy has an AI level of 7 throughout the entire night. And to save time, we will include Night 5 since it's basically the exact same chance. He has a very similar AI. So the chance of Foxy never showing up on nights 4 and 5 is a 1 in 5 quadrillion chance. How are these numbers jumping this much? Now remember, this is only Foxy. What about hitting both these chances of both the puppet and Withered Foxy without dying a single time?
That round.
Well, strap.
It is not round. Okay.
Yourself in, because you were not ready for this number. The chance of beating FNAF 2's nights 1 to 5 without dying a single time while doing absolutely nothing is a 1 in 160 novemdecadillion chance. That's 1 followed by 107 zeros. No, this is not happening. No, I'm done. I mean, technically, it is possible, but it's never gonna happen. No, we'll all be dead. We'll all be very, very, very dead when this run ever gets a chance to happen. But now, let's move on to our very last game that we will be covering in this video. Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
Do you know what you're planning for tomorrow?
So here it is, the final game in the series. Well, at least out of the original 3 and for this video. And oh boy, does this one get weird. Unlike the previous games, there is only one animatronic that actually matters. Well, technically 2, but whatever. We're not gonna go with that. The man behind the slaughter, the Dead by Daylight killer, the one who always comes back, Mr. Afton. Springtrap being the only character who can kill you. There's a lot that goes into his AI, but basically what is important is the fact that Mr. William Afton himself always has a chance just never to reach your office no matter what. And in fact, out of all the games, this one is probably the easiest to beat without doing anything. And it might actually be reasonable, but let's find that out. So to save time for this video so it won't be like too long, I'm not going to go into Springtrap's code all that much since it's really fucking complicated. And all you need to know is this. Springtrap gets a chance to move every second. However, he isn't guaranteed to move until he's reached a bunch of parameters, and basically he just gets more of a chance to move the higher his AI is comparing to a bunch of other numbers. You know, he gets a chance to move, and once he gets a chance to move, he has 4 potential movement spots he can move to. Either he doesn't move at all, he moves forward, he moves backwards, or if he is able to, he will enter an event. And that's pretty much all you need to know. For the sake of this challenge, it doesn't really matter where Springtrap actually goes, just as long as he doesn't make it through an event connecting to the office, or just makes it to our office just by himself. The only other factor that matters is a little mode called aggressive mode, where Springtrap will have a slightly higher chance to move if any of these following conditions are met. But for the sake of this video, the only 2 that we actually need to focus on are these 2, being idle in the office or ventilation error occurring. And technically there's a third of Phantom Freddy if he ever shows up, which is, you know, we're guaranteed to be jump scared by him. But once Springtrap enters aggressive mode, he moves slightly faster for 15 seconds. It's meant to be constant, but due to a bug in the game's code, it's nothing of concern. Now, the math for this one is a little bit tricky considering Springtrap's movements are a bit weird, but also Bro can move every second throughout a night and can still never make it to the office, so bear with me if I get this wrong, but I'm pretty confident with the numbers. Night 1, you have a 100% chance to beat this game by doing absolutely nothing. That's a given. Night 2, since Springtrap is now in the building, things are going to get interesting. Springtrap's AI is based off the night number, so Night 2 he has an AI level of 2. But remember, it isn't like AI out of 20 anymore. It's a timer-based system that gives him a chance to move, so this is going to be interesting. For each night, we have to calculate on average when Springtrap will be allowed to move, since each night he gets an opportunity to move around average around the same time. For night 2, that time is around 10 seconds. So since the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 night is 348 seconds, this means that Springtrap will get 34 opportunities to move, and the chance of him never moving throughout the entire night is a 1 in 295 quintillion chance. Which makes you think,
Jerikai, you just said there's a chance for us to beat this game without doing anything. What does this mean?
well, my poor viewer, if you were listening, I said, what is the chance of Springtrap never moving? Now, all we have to figure out is how many movements Springtrap is allowed to succeed in. Well, every single one. The only thing is that he doesn't make it to a certain point. He isn't allowed to make it to our office or enter an event leading to the office, which makes things a bit more possible. With this, Springtrap can't just roll the 1 in 4 chance to progress past the office or event if it ever happens. So with our worst luck we can get, with Springtrap starting in Cam 6 and making it to Cam 2 the fastest he can, but never actually making it, you know, kind of going back and forth, we will get a 1 in 3,140 chance. And that's with the worst possible luck. Chances are it's a tad lower, like maybe a 1 in 1,000 chance, or actually it could even be lower than that, I don't even know. Obviously, you were meant to actually do something. So with that, let's move on to the rest of the game, because it's going to get a little bit interesting. Night 3 has Springtrap going to AI level 3, meaning he has a chance to move on average every 8 seconds, meaning on average, with worse luck, a 1 in 56,000 chance to beat FNAF 3's Night 3 by doing absolutely nothing. Night 4, our numbers jump just a bit, meaning that in the worst case scenario, it makes it a 1 in 3.1 million. But remember, this is still just worse luck. However, Night 5 is where things get crazy. On Night 5, with the worst luck that you can have without dying, the chance of us beating this night without doing anything is a 1 in 132 million. Which is a large number to be sure, but remember, that's still worse luck. And did you see the games before? But let's now ask ourselves, what is the chance of beating the entirety of FNAF 3 by doing absolutely nothing if you actually just left for an hour? Well, it's actually, it's a 0 out of 100 chance. It's 0%. It's actually impossible.
What are you talking about, Jerikai Games? Are you stupid? You just said before FNAF 3 was the only game that might actually be possible. We just did all the math.
Well, FNAF 3 has a little thing called between night cutscenes. meaning that it's basically impossible for us to progress at all without pressing some buttons. So technically, you cannot beat Five Nights at Freddy's 3 by doing absolutely nothing. Okay, but what if you actually did those cutscenes and just didn't do the main game? Well, for starters, why? But secondly, it would be a 1 in 72 sextillion chance, which is still a crazy number. But with that, we have calculated the chances of beating FNAF 1, FNAF 2, and FNAF 1 has a...
Okay. Super gay? What?
We need to talk about Gen Z. Because older generations always dog on younger ones, but I think I'm starting to take their side. We've become a group of geek bar sucking, Zin addicted, caffeine slamming, sleep deprived little demons. Many days go by where I spend more time on Instagram Reels than I do outside. I am the problem. Like, I couldn't imagine half of y'all surviving the draft. At least some of us have some Fortnite training. But other than that, common sense, a consistent sleep schedule, not being afraid to call.
Round 0. Yeah. So that means rounds right now take about 30 minutes apiece. Through round 1, so this is an insta here. Well, do I get dogs? No? Okay. I'll be back in a bit, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, hold on. I'll be playing again in a second. Oh man. I can jug with my balls though. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, why am I so bad at this? I've been practicing for like 3 days. I'm like bad now, man. Alrighty, I guess I'll continue. I needed that break. I'm so glad I took it. Want to turn the overhead fan off? I can watch Zoink play. Let's go Zoink. Dun.
It's just not meant to be because I never died here 8 times yesterday. No, comparison is the thief of joy. Good consistency. Here we go. If I die there one more goddamn time, though, I will throw my heart rate monitor out my window. So, hope that doesn't happen. Yo, I grabbed Diana, bro. They were 1,000 bits, bro. What's up, bro? How are we doing, bro? On, bro. How are we doing, Diana? How are we doing? Steel Short $2 wins the title away verification. Well, I swear it's not that hard, bro. You have like literally a whole like 3 blocks of space. I did a little though. I get that. Okay, look.
Is the one he gets it? No, surely not. Oh!
Like I said, I'm not throwing my heart rate window at the. No. Wait, how nervous am I? I'm nervous. I feel my heart rate going. 102? Nah. GG's, bro. Though I swear that actually is what that's what I call nervous, bro. Is that bad? Like, it just feels like my heart is nervous, but it's like 102. It's like, it just makes sense. Max the $5. I introduced my 65-year-old Chinese AP physics teacher to you, and he was watching you during our exam today. Nah, he's him. Oh my god. The King James. Wait, W King. W James. Wait, chat, I got a question because I just don't know. What was my heart rate at the ship? Because I'm lazy and I don't want to check.
Subscribing to Zoink.
Yeah, I don't know why the teachers. You peaked at 110? Oh, hell no. 109? Bro, I swear I felt nervous. I think everyone just has different nerve standards. Dude, no backflip? I don't know what happened, but I actually made it hard. Should Loker genuinely nerf? Nah.
Did he just say Loker genuinely?
I could though.
Loker genuinely?
But now that I did it once, I can do it again. And I just click off the game when I try to go to my mouse. You know. That was weird. Bug, bro. Genuine bug. Alright, I'm gonna do the saving thing, and I'm gonna fix one real quick, but I find too difficult. 130 BPM? 6-7 BPM? What are we gonna do? Just, yeah, that's good enough. Wait. Chat, we get to pick. What do I nerf? We all get to pick one click to nerf. And no, it can't be 22%. So, we must
How long
choose
you playing
together
for
as a team.
you playing per day? Oh. I can tell you what my average is. I don't know. Let me see here. So, content, live. Today is my... Let's see here. I started on January 1st. And today is the 15th. I plan on hitting 40 hours tonight and then being done. So, whatever 40 divided by 15 is. Let's see here. 40 divided by 15. I played about 2.5 hours on average per day. But there has been like 3 or 4 days where I just have not played at all. And there's also been days where I've played like 7 hours, so. About, I would say, about 2.5 hours a day right now. I've kind of been... Oh, wait, hold on. I need to... Wait, I can add this now. I forgot. I can add the plus 256. Because this is round 256 here. So. I don't know how, I don't know how much I'll be able to play, honestly, though, per day. I think, like, last game, it was, what wonder if I'll say, like, 3.5 hours averaged per day. I don't know if I'll be able to match that again. I don't think I will. Couple hours per day? I would definitely say so. I mean, you know, take this as an example, right? If I wanted to play this game straight all the way through, it would take me 21 days to do it without any sleep. If I played 10 hours a day, it would still take me like 52 days to do. I know that's one of the weird things is like realizing that the game like is not going to be over anytime soon kind of helps me, yeah, not get burnt out. Like, I know the game's going to take until June to finish. It's kind of almost like a back burner type of game or situation. It'll especially be a lot easier as well once it hit to infinite instas, because at that point, all the pressure is gone. There's no pressure once I hit infinite instas. It'll just be this for 400 hours, you know. There's no pressure after that point. But on non-insta rounds where I have to use the Tundra gun and all that stuff, and I have the risk of crashing on those rounds, those ones are kind of an issue. Yeah, I feel a lot better about this run here than I have in previous runs. I actually haven't had a single bad dream yet about this game. In my last game, I probably had upwards about 15 dreams at night about tag and me losing my game. Oh, hold on. My dropped frames says 0, and I know for a fact that's a lie. Did my stream end and then restart? Oh, no. Content. Live. No, it did not. Not fully. Okay, that's good. No, it did not. Okay, good. Bad dreams about tag is wild. Dude, it was constant. I had one where I got pushed outside the map and I didn't have an ABH. I had one where my, like, console got turned off. It was genuinely to the point where it was like 2 or 3 dreams per week. I was having bad dreams. Yeah, once I get to infinite inst, like, last game, once I got to infinite instas, I only had maybe like 1 or 2 dreams for the other remaining like 300 hours. It was pretty bad though. It was generally pretty bad. It was rough. Now, once I get to infinite instas, it'll be, I mean, yeah, a lot easier. I'll be able to do other things, which is what I'm happy about. There will be, like, mainly schoolwork. I'll be able to do a lot of my readings for school, a lot of my studying, flashcards and stuff like that. All of that can be done super easily on insta-kill rounds. Like, if I'm able to play, you know, BTD 6 or something without any issue on insta-kill rounds, I should be able to make study flashcard sets on that as well. Hi. Yeah. Round 0. Oh. Finish a one-shot on infinite instas? I could. No power outages? So power outages for me aren't an issue. I bought myself a while back a power supply. So if the power were to go out, I'm still safe for about 10 hours. So, yeah, I did hit round reset, yeah. Right now I'm on 256 here. So there's no round counter. Next round will be round 1, so 257. And then, unfortunately, you guys will have to do math to figure out the round. Although, this is nice. On my command for instas, a while back, I changed it. So now it shows the correct rounds. So, like, rounds 4 and 5 are insta-kill rounds. It'll basically be the round that it shows on screen will be the round that insta-kills are on, instead of having to do math to figure it out. A little updated insta-kill round sheet, which I think is better. Yeah. I have, when I was in my Alpha Omega game, my power kept going out every, like, week or so for a few minutes at a time. So that it saved my Alpha Omega game probably, like, 12 to 13 times. It was crazy. So, hit instas sometime? Yeah, dude, they're so fun. They're like, yeah, woohoo, instas. So. Right now, the rounds take about 30 minutes apiece here. Which isn't too bad, but it's not amazing. I'm about an hour faster than last time, which is good because that means I'm playing better. My snowballs are better this time around than last time. Works again happily. Woo! There has to be a better insta strat. I think there is. But the reason I choose... I bet there probably is, honestly. But the reason I choose this one here is just because it's so easy to do. There's no stress involved with it at all, which is very nice and relaxing. What's your end goal for this map? Well, my end goal is to hit black screen, which takes 521 hours, 57 minutes, and 28 seconds to hit. That's the goal. So I still have another 480 something hours to go. So it'll be a while. It'll still be months and months until I get there, but you know. I just gotta keep going, I guess. My 628 game was, I think, 486 hours, so. Then you'll do Dead of the Night, right? I need to. I really need to. I actually tried Dead of the Night before I went to this map again here, and I tried it like 3 or 4 times, and I just kept dying, and I couldn't do it for some reason. I mean, hold on. Let me do some math real quick here. Because I should get a new PB, even if I just knife the rest of the game and never turn on Pack-a-Punch. I still should get a new PB, but it won't be by much. It'll be by about a few rounds at most. So let me go to Zombicus here and do some math. Also, let me figure out how long the rounds are taking right about now. Studio. Content. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Alright, so let's see here.
To be fair, actually attempting to beat this game pattern, and we all.
So I was what? I think it was 38 hours and like 11 seconds. So let me see here. Zombie calculator. BO4. So 38. I'm on 250. What round was I on? 255 to 256. At 38 hours and 11 seconds. And it took me how long?
2.
Do outside. I am that common. I couldn't imagine half of y'all survive in the draft. At least some of us have support night training. But other than that, sense a consistent.
Oh, there we go. 38, 29, 03. Okay, so 38, 29, 03. So right now, the rounds take about... That was also good rounds. I'll round up to 7.1 SPH. Right? So let's say if it were to take... Let's say I got to infinite instas by 113 hours again. So let's go 522 minus 113. 522 minus 113 gives me 409 hours to play with here. So at 7.1 SPH, starting on 362, I would be able to get to round about 597. That's not including dog rounds, though, which is the thing. So. Actually, wait, I can just do this here. Hold on. 628 from 0. Took me 486 hours. In about 30 minutes. Right? Oh no. You just have to reset with Megas if you don't have internet problems? Oh, 100%, yeah. If I had a jailbroken PlayStation, I would 100% do it. Made to get the Mount Olympus, no armor, no Blitzwolf record. What? Oh, that's that one map from the one game, World War II. But you just lay down instead of crouch. 15 to 17 hour game for a world record. Really? That's it? I know resets on World War II are crazy low, but I didn't know they were that low. Which BO4 had BO1 reset times? I actually do too, to an extent. It's playing the games knowing how long they're going to be is super daunting. And it's really demotivating to even attempt to start up a game when you know it's going to take you 6 months to complete and you're not even guaranteed to get through the entire 6 months. Let me see, what was my,
Wait, I'm just now realizing.
Is this boat on tag?
Is this boat on tag?
I love that. 486, 9. Alright. So my average SPH last game was 5.635 for the entire game. So assuming I get similar luck. Oh wait, no. Hold on. I need to that's it's got lowered though because of whatever. It got lowered due to infinite instas. Or me turning on whatever it was called. I think 86 is my last one. Let me check. This was the game I turned on Pack-a-Punch, so... it's on my OBS, but at the very bottom. Ever. So, let's say 512 plus 74 is what? 512 plus 74 is 586, okay. So, if I got around 586... in how long? 434.50. That means I played my entire game at 6.202 seconds per horde instead. Okay. 1 second, hold on. So combined, we paste that in. Ooh, so here's the thing. I actually won't get a PB. I'll only get to around 622 in this game if I don't turn on Pack-a-Punch. So I actually won't even hit record. Interesting. Under a boat makes you do more damage when you spawn. Wait, they quit out? Hold on. Pressing one button for that long isn't that bad, though. It's not that bad. Yeah, it is boring, but you don't have to play it all in one day, you know? Give yourself 2 weeks to play the game. Other maps get hit reset on. You could do Dead of the Night you could do every single map realistically. Except Classified, in my opinion. Classified's not. It could still happen, yeah. The next map most likely to hit it would be Dead of the Night or Ancient Evil, Blood of the Dead. You know, Alpha. It sucks, but you could do it still. You could do every map. It's just some are gonna suck more than others. And even though this is technically the more boring strategy, it's boring enough and mind-numbing enough to the point I'm able to do other things while playing, which makes it not that bad. Like, you know, part of that, my idea actually is to download Balatro. I've heard a lot of good things about it, you know, and play some Balatro after, once I hit 362. Another one, actually, something I had in mind to try and do was attempt to learn as much Spanish as I could. I've always been interested in learning a new language, but never put the time into it. So maybe learning a new language would be cool.
It's always the frame. Okay, I'm not angry.
I'm watching Zoink. Playing some Geometry Dash.
Cole with the $10. Zonkler, could I please get a ban review on Twitch for Chubbs, bro? Are you still here? Chubbs. Do a ban request review on Quantity. Quanidy.
I might try it at some point. It's World War II. I don't know. That's such a huge learning curve. I'd have to also really enjoy the game. When will Zoink verify orbit, man? Me and Zoink are both verifying.
So early, bro. Like, it's not even flipping close, bro. That's like genuinely 8 frames off. 8
frames?
That's like a whole second. Oh my god, go next. Okay, here we go.
Round
Got
should
nervous,
be over
bro.
soon,
Like,
maybe?
I felt my heart through my chest, and then I just got nervous.
Nope, never mind. I heard a dog spawn. Knowledge also be pushed to 500 to 800? What? Holy. That's crazy. I think in my game I ended up with around 6 million. I think about 6 million kills or so. I mean, let's say if I had average dog round luck, then out of the 628 rounds, I really only played about one in every. Let's say I had, yeah, average dog rounds, right? So I got every 5th round. So let's go 628 divided by 5.5. So I had about 114 dog rounds in that game or so, we'll say. So 628 minus 114. So I played about 514 dog or normal rounds, so it's kind of hard to say. It was about 5.8 to 6 million, though. About. Which is weird, because that's about the population of Missouri. I almost killed, like, the entire population of Missouri in my game. Shoot, if all I gotta do is press one button on these maps, I might have to try some World War II out then. Why do dogs spawn all the way down there, man? It's gotta be the zip line. It's gotta be the zip line connects this zone to down there. But only for dog spawns. So I'm wondering that I don't know how much I'll actually realistically, time-wise, I'll have to play this game. I don't know. Last semester was a lot, I don't know. It was easy to play last time because I had weekends off guaranteed every single time. I didn't really have to worry about too much. I don't know. I'll have to see.
No more sadness. It's time to beat the level. Watch. Prime the $2. Turn that frown upside down. Bet! Hold in $5. Didn't see an unbanned GG. No more Mars for me.
Turn that frown upside down. I don't know what to watch on YouTube. What the heck? What kind of... Hold on. I may have just gotten the best video ever on YouTube. Minorities compete in a Minecraft game show. And like the thumbnail says trans girls, we got furries, and we have Christians, and then we have YNs. No shot. This might be the best video ever.
I invited 8 groups of my fans to compete in the Trog Games, a series of mini games that will test different aspects of their skills in Minecraft so that we can find out once and for all which of these groups is best at Minecraft. And these mini games will be testing their skills across multiple axes in order to test their creativity, teamwork, PvP skills, and more. Before we get into it, let's meet some of our contestants.
I think Christians are amazing at Minecraft. Anyone who has heard of the "you're banned from my Christian Minecraft server" phrase, they will know.
Of the trans women, we must immediately win the Troglodyte Games, otherwise we'll be forced to 41%.
Hello, Troglodyte. Hello.
Okay.
Team, I'm here to show Troglodyte fans that black people are actually superior.
His intro was very against TOS. Gotta mute it.
The Neats are going to win because they don't have jobs to worry about. The communist regime will not fail. I assure you that as Kim Jong-il.
Wild race.
If we do not win
Wild
this
Reed.
event, everyone is
that
banned.
Murr? Oh my gosh, I think it is. I think I'm right. Oh my gosh.
And from our Discord server, and I mean...
And that brings us to our first game, Build Battle. In this game, contestants will be given creative mode and 25 minutes to build a base. These bases will then be judged on their aesthetic.
Oh, let's go. Round 1. Yo guys, this is how you get infinite stuff on Call of Duty on round 1. Easy. Let's go. Round 2. I haven't seen that in a while. We're on round 2 now. That's huge. Hold on. I gotta get my insta-kill round chart up. So 2 and 3. Yeah, there's no way I could have gone through all those with that one. So, well, let me just do it here real quickly. Also, it's only 9:48. Wait, what's my school schedule for tomorrow? A Friday. I only got 2 classes Friday. Okie dokie. Man, so I'll be out pretty quickly, about 1 o'clock. Alright, I'm gonna put music on for these rounds here, I think. Listen to soft jazz. That's not jazz. This is better, but that's not. That's all more lo-fi. The issue with all these songs, a lot of them sound the exact same. That's why I actually appreciate Fox Stevenson's. It's all 2-step. Like, I can, if I can guess what the main melody of the song is in the pre-drop, then it's not good. Dude, what is that snare? That snare is like reaching the very top of my skull. Hold on, let me listen to this. The snare of doom and despair. I appreciate this song though. It's a very unconventional snare, but I like it.
Bop, boom, bop, boom, bop.
I love this song. Sounds like you're saying when I look in between your eyes, not into your eyes. Boo.
Every rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of street lamp.
Only about 100 more rounds to go. About. Xbox Live, Xbox 360 sound effect.
Put your hands up in the air, I know you like it. Don't you fight it, I can see you're high and all excited. Flying through the night, we going up, better hold tight. Go, 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 go. Now we got the style and energy that you desire. Let me see you jump up, come on with me, let's go higher. Climbing up the speakers, we gon' set this place on fire. Go, go, go.
What is this? Oh. Yeah, it was way too early.
You live across the city. I live inside the memory of me and you. No, it won't let loose. You try to shake the feelings. See other girls on weekends. I'm in your mind. Bet you wanna know if I feel what you're feeling too. If I'm wishing that he was you. Pray to God that I do. But you wanna know it's true. If I feel what you're feeling too. If I don't want somebody. If I miss what we do. Yeah, you wanna know it's true.
Yeah, kind of. I feel like this would be better if they didn't spoil what the drop sounded like prior.
It's like a sick addiction. I fight the urge to listen to the desires burning inside. We shouldn't play with fire. Say I'm done, but I'm a liar. Red in the fillet. No chance of rain.
No. I do like this song, but
I've been learning how to love again. It's like a rush of blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it growing under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear
bro.
my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna
Finally, I got one. Oh, back to back. Back to back to back, maybe? No. No way. Okay, I was gonna say it's gonna be my first 100K trade. Nope, not yet. Hold on, maybe I get to double up. I rarely get to double up ever.
Close on, but I'm feeling kinda naked. Sober, but I'm feeling like I wasted. Same room, but it all seems out of place, yeah. I've tried different cities, different places. See you, yeah, you know the passing faces. Truth is, I simply can't erase it. Home is where the heart is. Baby, that's the hardest part. Holding on to hope that what we have will carry on.
It's just, it's lacks substance.
Feel it crawling on the ceiling, and I'm not alone. I could fly like birds of freedom, but I'm cold like stone. We're feeding them up till they're sick like a pop. I'll stand on the altar and I'll my bottle, heading uptown. Long way home, the back roads. No hands on the handle, blew the red light like a candle. The wind undid my hair, like it knew you weren't there. Boys like you never play fair. Don't play fair. I'm on a midnight bike ride, past orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride, past orders 2 a.m.
Shelter's always good, but
I guess I'm wired for connection. When you're near, I gasp for air. I guess I'm dying for affection. Get me there. I guess I'm wired for connection. When you're near, I gasp for air. I guess I'm dying for affection. Only you can get me there. Get me there. I guess I'm wired for connection. When you're near, I gasp for air. I guess I'm dying for affection. Get me there.
this is better.
Get me there. I guess I'm wired for connection. When you're near, I gasp for air. I guess I'm dying for affection. Get me there. I guess I'm wired for connection. When you're near, I gasp for air. Hey stranger, tell me why I can find beauty in the little things I see in your impatience, in your eyes. Don't be shy, why not live a little? Tell your heart the truth. I'll tell you that mine is beating out my chest right now. I know that it's after hours and you're on your way up. Yeah, I don't wanna stress, so I need to know if you made it home alright. I know a place that we could go, we could be alone tonight. Oh, we don't need to jump the gun or call it love. I'd rather know than hit your phone that you made it home alright. These layers, denim cuffs, and acting tough get in the way a little. So I won't act with you. All that I know
Thank you, dog. Thank you, dog.
I could spend more time inside your mind walking out. Yeah, yeah. Don't wanna stress, so I need to know if you made it home alright. I know a place that we could go, we could be alone.
Okay.
We don't need to jump the gun or call it love. I'd rather know than hit your phone that you made it home alright.
What the heck is up with those spawns? Okay, thank you.
All that I know is I don't know much unless somehow I could spend more time inside your mind walking out. Yeah, yeah. Don't wanna stress, so I need to know if you made it home alright. I know a place that we could go, we could be alone tonight. Oh, we don't need to jump the gun or call it love. What is this? What have we found? The circles that I run in seem so lonely now. Day's a gift, yet somehow still I'm running round this town to pin it down. But I keep holding my pace.
This is another Control C, Control V. It's got break-in, so we'll see. Like, what is that? Bro, this round sucks right now. It's so unfun.
I can't see, I'm blind. No, my heart rate's too high. No, I got the blind nerve. No. Okay, we're back. Okay. No, that's just an unlucky death. Ugh. Jackie, thank you for the $2. Truly, well, this is an easy orbit. Yeah. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, no T-Fib. It's okay, bro. I'm just gonna get lucky. Oh my bruh. I came down too early, so I hit the green orb in the snake. Genius, bro. It's almost a dumbass like they understand how the level works. Emerald at 40 THB, buff the choke points. Literally, bro. Oh, I died to Snorb. It's okay, I was like, wasn't nervous at all. At least I didn't feel like it. Show me how. Minecap, this one's for you. God, lag spike doesn't count. This one's for you. Yeah, adds up. Oh, why are we running a prediction every 2 seconds? Same click, same frame, same everything, same setup. I'm so good at the wrong part of playing this game. Yeah, same frame, same click. You know what that means? I'm a bum! Ugh. Man, what happened to 40, bro? It's deadass not this hard. Oh my god, it's not this hard. What? Okay. Yo. Bro, 40, I will do first try. Watch. Ready? Let me go to the choke. Let me go to the, not the choke point. 35 deaths? Well, 35 deaths is like a lot because I'm getting there so much. It's like you're confusing. You're confusing like because my pass rate's 70. Look at that. I'm king. 40% first try. Bums.
Ads? Oh, never mind.
My brain just gave up, bro. it focused so hard on the RNG that my brain just wanted to click a pink orb instead. I mean, I get it, bro. Like, me too. Like, we all do this in our sleep.
I'll play until round 4 today and be done after that.
Equipment hog. Hogging half of the equipment in a gym is one of the most annoying things that you can do. It's fine if you want to do a quick drop set with a couple of dumbbells, but don't take every single dumbbell on the rag like an absolute madman. This also goes for when you do some kind of superset on multiple stations at once. It's completely okay to do that, but you need to allow people to work in with you if they ask. You can't say, I'm using that, and then point to 5 different stations at once. I can guarantee you that you will
Why
not make
the
any
three
new friends
dogs?
doing this. And what is probably the absolute worst thing imaginable is when someone puts a towel on some machine, walks away, and pretends like
What the heck are you climbing up from, buddy? That is not the right spot. Silent future funk? Bro, what? Hold on, I gotta see this. Oh man, what is this? Like, I know it's silent, but like still. Bro, this is just like... Fire sale. Oh, that's brutal. That 2026 day is brutal, man. What is that? Dude. What? Looks balanced to me. It's insane to think this level is almost 10 years old. It's 8 years old, man. Holy. Ah.
Why won't my brain shut up? Oh, I'm feeling reflective when it all gets too much. Yeah, I think of the best bits. I wanna be hugged tighter than expected. Yeah, I've said love, and I've really meant it. So many friends I used to know, making their messes into homes and living lives I'll never know and I'll never hear of. Do they miss me? Probably not. They probably don't give me a thought, but reminiscing's all I've got. Wish you were here, love. What's going on today? If I found out what would change, I'll watch this fade away. I miss you more every day.
I love the visualize.
So many friends I used to know, making their messes into homes and living lives I'll never know and I'll never hear of.
Machine Love by Tedo. I will indulge. Tedo OS. Tedo OS.
Your companion on the deck, standing ready for your word. A mark of chain with a sunny disposition, wrapped up in cellophane for any proposition. I greet your day and ask you how you are, and demonstrate my endless repertoire. I'll take things back when noted insufficient. I learn to tell you no if running inefficient. A good time. Yet there's something deep inside that leads me teary eyed, a longing for a world left on the other side. Zero cross the great divide. So can we wander for a spell and live in parallel? I want it to be true to be like you, my heart sings a chorus out of tune. And I could leave it on the shelf or keep it to myself, but nothing could conceal the things I feel, my love. Can you teach me to be I've been constant at your beck and call, but lately I just can't do anything at all. I used to pride myself on my discretion, a sensible devotion, loyal and attentive. But when I take these numbers as they are, I'm greeted with a senseless feeling in my heart. Oh, I'm defined, I seem to be defeated, but if I redesign, then maybe I'm completed and sublime. I won't take it back this time. Words in sequence form a thread, I trace it to the end. A knot inside the logic wrote inside my head. Tie my tongue or love instead. So can we wander for a spell and live in parallel? I want it to be true to be like you, my heart sings a chorus
Yay! Ooh. One more round, and I'm done for the night. I got to the bathroom though, so, you know, 1 second. Ugh. Alright. %.
The Snorb, bro. It went down and I went up and I missed Snorb. Bro, Snorb, dude. You're actually so mean sometimes. Like, I just don't think this is gonna work out in the long term. Gosh. I went for the double click, but I was just too high, bro. Anyways, yeah, the game's hard, be harder. Lock in.
Game's hard, be harder? How to speedrun obesity? I can do that. That's easy, man.
New year, new me. When I found out 2 in every 5 adults in the United States are obese, I made it my New Year's resolution to improve that figure. But how do you make yourself obese as fast as possible? What is obesity? Well, obesity is when you have excessive body fat, typically diagnosed with a body mass index exceeding 30, meaning if the ratio between your weight and height squared is above 30, you're probably obese. However, it's important to note that BMI is a flawed system. For example, John Cena is 6'1" and weighs 251 pounds with a BMI of 33.1. But he's not fat, so why is his BMI so high? Well, because muscle weighs more than fat, BMI can be misleading, but most people aren't built like John Cena. So you probably can't use that as an excuse. On the most basic level, obesity happens when you consume more calories than you burn. Okay, duh, I'm sure you already knew that. So instead, I like to focus on small habits that can compound into a massive difference over time. After all, a journey of 1,000 pounds begins with a single bite. So let's go over a scenario on how you should behave to maximize weight gain. Picture this. John just crafted the perfect custom combo box on the Taco Bell app. But his Taco Bell points are about to expire. If he doesn't use them now, they'll die. John cashes out and adds a beefy 5-layer burrito to his cart. While waiting on his $30 DoorDash order to arrive, he queues up a YouTube video. The stage is set. Obviously, fast food provides vital structural support to the obesity food pyramid. It's calorically dense, highly processed, and can snowball into other weight-gaining habits. A single meal can easily exceed your recommended daily caloric intake, and oftentimes leaves you feeling empty like when the liquor store is closed. That's because satiation depends more on nutrient content than calories alone. Fast food and junk foods are typically low in fiber, protein, vitamins, and minerals, so they pass straight through you and fail to keep you full. This industry has a feeder fetish. They get consumers addicted to Crunchwrap Supremes. They
Those
chew
are so
them up
good,
and
though.
spit them out right back onto the street. It's disgusting. Okay, anyway, let's return to the battlefield. John is now halfway through his Taco Bell order and can't stop watching Oni Plays Funniest Moments compilation. He doesn't realize how quickly he's eating, and at this rate, he's gonna pop. If you're serious about larding up, you gotta watch something while you're eating. It distracts your body from picking up on signals that you've eaten enough, so you can eat more.
Good sir, here's your Caniac combo. I highly recommend pairing this fine dish with an Outdoor Boys video.
Luckily, John hasn't popped yet. He finished his meal and is going to top it off with some Baja Blast, which leads me to one of the most effective strategies in the current obesity meta. Drinking calories. Processed foods open a shortcut from your bloodstream straight into sodium agartha.
Agartha needs your help. You must eat this burger to reactivate Agartha's force field.
No way,
Stack
really?
that with
Okay,
fast
I'll
food's
do it.
addictive design, and your brain is wired to drink more liquids. To exploit this debuff, never sip water. That's a time waster. Grab some Fanta and fill up that cup one more time before you leave McDonald's. Guys, liquid calories are an absolute game changer. They're broken. They're super powerful because they're extremely easy to overconsume. Soda and juice have a lot of sugar with no fiber to balance them out, so they kind of sneak up on you. And that daily iced latte can add a couple hundred calories before you even realize it. The only thing that's gonna inflate you faster than soda or DeviantArt is alcohol. I love alcohol. It's always
DeviantArt?
been there for me. It causes cancer, destroys families, and makes you fat. Honey, I'm worried about your alcohol abuse. Alcohol abuse? I would never. I love alcohol. Any speedrunner worth their salt is familiar with the power of alcohol. It has 4 properties that make it essential for any obesity speedrun. 1. Alcohol stops fat from burning. Your body is an ignorant, sober-tard and sees alcohol as a harmful substance and prioritizes burning it before dipping into your fat stores. Since alcohol can't be saved for later, because I'd get to it. Since alcohol can't be saved for later, your liver drops everything to process it, meaning all the actual food you ate gets shoved straight into fat storage.
It's actually a very informative video.
2. Alcohol is high in calories. Once it hits your system, alcohol becomes ethanol, about 7 calories per gram, which is almost double what carbs or protein can give you. A single shot of 80 proof vodka has about 100 calories, but most people chase demon juice with mixers. A rum and coke can be 200 calories, and a fruity mixed drink is even better. A standard pina colada can run you up 500 calories. So you should probably focus on sugary mixed drinks to mask the yucky taste and inflate your intake. 3. Alcohol makes you feel hungry. Booze toggle off your appetite regulation hormones, so your brain can get tricked into thinking you're starving, which leads me to 4. Alcohol makes you crave salty and greasy foods. It can cause blood sugar levels to drop, triggering cravings for high sugar,
Suffering on 9
high-fat
hardcore?
foods,
That sounds
further
awful. I
helping
would never do
weight
that.
gain. If you're serious about obesity, start going to happy hour, get hungover every day. Less motivation
Dude, I
to
love obesity
exercise means
maxing.
more time to stack calories. Remember, the goal is to minimize calories burned and maximize calories gained. So under
Dude, that's actually so easy to do. Like maximize. I could if I tried. Like I wonder, and like if I could like instantly go back to the way my body currently is now, I would 100% see how much weight I could put on in like a year. I would love to see what I could do. Like obviously I'm never gonna do that because that's like why would you? But I really wonder if I tried. I bet give me a year, I bet I could be 380 pounds. I bet. I think I'm like 190 right now, so. Give me a year. I bet I could push 380. Easy. Maybe even 400 if I tried.
no circumstances should you be using stairs, walking to the bathroom, or hitting the gym. Grocery stores understand the elite competition behind obesity speedrunning. That's why they offered motorized thrones so you can glide past produce without wasting a single calorie. Don't enter a Walmart with the grocery list. Only make purchases based on impulse. Stack up on chips and dips, and when you get home, eat straight from the bag. You'll underestimate how many Cool Ranch Doritos you've inhaled, and so you'll just keep going at it until the bag's empty. Okay, I keep hearing this thing where nutritionists love talking about the plate method. They say it's healthy. Wrong. The plate method is actually when you finish your plate regardless.
I'm watching a video right now. It's called How to Speedrun Obesity. It's pretty funny. It's all at around 56 where 9 starts getting really... Yeah. Your healing doesn't really do much anymore. Your at the point where you get super sprinters, the game just kind of starts sucking a lot. Yeah.
If you're full or not. And if you can't finish your plate, try smoking a certain substance that demonetizes my channel and nullifies the hormone that regulates appetite stimulation. I saved this portion of the video for last since it's the most controversial in not only the speedrunning community, but also the Olympics. Medication. Not gonna lie, I can't recommend the strategy since it's sort of a cheat code, but certain medications can cause weight gain or change body fat distribution, often leading to metabolic complications. So please talk to your local shaman before taking pharmaceuticals. Just don't tell him I sent you. Diabetes medication can increase appetite while decreasing anabolic effects, basically turning your temple into a hungrier, less efficient calorie-burning machine. Antidepressants can create a bit of a cycle. While they can improve emotional well-being, which is great, but sometimes they can make people feel more relaxed about eating and can slow down how the body burns calories. So someone might start feeling better emotionally, notice some weight change, and then feel
Dude, I wish I
frustrated,
could
which
too.
makes them
Oh my
reach for
gosh.
more comfort and rely on
I
more
wish I could too.
medication. It's the same story with antipsychotics, steroids,
My body
and
fat, like,
hormonal medication.
oh my, hello zombies.
For the 6% of ladies out there, hi. Birth control is known to increase cravings, water
control. Let's go. Dude, if I got to choose where I got to burn fat, that would be actually insane. I used to a lore drop. I used to weigh, I think at my max, I was at this is like during peak COVID, by the way. I think I weighed at most like 243. Started losing weight, and I went down to, oh, hello zombie, I didn't know you were there. Oh, you all suck. And I went down to 160. I lost like 78 pounds or something during that. Pretty solid. Okay, well that dog just killed himself. What? Dude. Why? Why did the dogs do that, man? They just decide to run off the map. It's so funny. No, I think, yeah, at my best, though, I lost, like, 78 pounds, which is pretty solid. Oh, man. But the thing is, I did it in a very, probably not, like, efficient way. I think I ate, like, 1,200 calories a day. So, obviously, once I finally hit, like, 168 or something like that, I'm like, all right, cool, I can start eating again. So I went back up to, like, 190 to 200. Went back down to like 170 a few months ago and back up to I think 190 again. So now I'm like, okay, I need to really like lock in this time. So now I'm doing I think 1,600 calories a day. We'll see how that goes. Oh my gosh. Oh, my nose. Nah, if I got to choose where I would, like, where the fat would disappear from, that would be, oh my gosh, I would actually, that'd be so unfair to everyone else. Not
retention and change fat distribution and mess with metabolisms. So you could consider hopping on that purely with the intention to gain weight. At the end of the day, just remember to lard up and gout out, and you should be well on your way to speedrunning obesity. I had a lot of fun collaborating on the cancer rap, so I've called in a few more favors, and Ellie Andrews and Sate Aiden have made another rap dedicated to gaining weight. So give it a little listen.
Couple tips if you're trying to get big. Gotta pack on pounds like a bread. Go ham till your fits don't fit. Know you made it when your pants go. Get a double Big Mac, get it super size. Large Coke on the side plus extra fries. Down it with the milkshake, baked cakes and pies. Go and eat it like a demon, don't exercise it. Word to the wide, buy a comfy chair. Take the elevator up, down, never the stairs. Stay smoking, stay drinking like you just don't care. Celebrate 420 till you see it on the scale. Stuff up your face, get them butt buttons popping. Gotta finish each play like your grandma's watching while you scroll YouTube. Cause it's better than walking, laying down for some rest in your XL coffin. Ooh.
That's a bar. Laying down for rest in your XL coffin. And so look famished. I know. I'm so jealous. That's how my brother was. That's how my brother. I mean, okay. So to be fair, he also his sport of choice when we were younger, his was swimming. So he was genuinely probably burning like 1,500 calories every time at swim practice. So, you know, it makes sense why. I played soccer, but. Dude, I wish I was one of those people who was like super fast metabolism. Like there are just some people who can eat whatever they want and they just won't gain weight. Like I swear the laws of thermodynamics just do not like apply to them and I don't know why and it makes me so mad. Here I am. I gotta like super monitor everything I eat. And it kind of sucks because it's like, ugh. I want like some coffee right now, but I've had my calories for today. I'm at like 1,700, I think. So no more coffee for me. I have found though it's very easy. Just all you gotta do, abuse melatonin and Diet Coke. That's like honestly a cheat code though. Because you can't be hungry if you're asleep. That's actually what I did when I first also lost weight. Was it was honestly like a cheat code. I would have melatonin probably about an hour and a half before I would typically go to bed. I'm writing that down, honestly, though. It's, like, so good. Well, not good. Like, okay. There was, like, one very minor issue that came from that. And I physically could not go to sleep without melatonin for, like, months after the fact. So, if you're okay with that, it works. I would wake up around 9 a.m. in the morning and then go to sleep around 11 p.m. at night. So I'd be awake for maybe like 13 hours, 14 hours total. I also am just I'm a very, I have to sleep a lot to function well during the day. Like if I don't get at least 8 hours, like 9 hours of sleep at night, I don't function correctly. I cannot for the life of me. Even then, I'll take a nap sometimes during the day. I sleep a lot. I sleep a lot. Not like, I'm not lazy, but I just sleep a lot. So, yeah, you can't be hungry, though, if you're asleep, so. Probably ain't the most healthy thing to do, but I was also doing like 1,200 calories at the time. So. There's a few pretty easy strats. Like, I already know what I'm going to eat tomorrow when I get home from school, and I can't wait. It's going to be awesome sauce. I'm so tired. I need to go to bed. Oh my gosh. I want to finish this round and I'm done. 8+ hours? Oh, see, I can't do that. If I sleep any less than 7 hours, I don't function. And I have to take a nap later that day. When I was in school last semester, I'd have to wake up at around like 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m. Just get for school, which sucked. I don't know how I did that for like 10 years prior. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I survived high school. It's insane. But when I got home from class later that day around like 1 o'clock, I would take a nap until like 4 p.m. Get up and then start working on schoolwork after the fact. Sleep is very, very important to me. Because if I don't have much of it, I'll hate life. Like tomorrow, I have class at 11:15, so I'm gonna go to bed here. Probably about an hour. I'll be asleep more than likely. What time is it? 11:06 p.m. right now. I'll probably sleep until about 9 a.m., 9:30 tomorrow morning. Assuming I get to sleep at 12 midnight tonight. I'm so glad that all of my classes aren't until 11 a.m. in the morning. See, I for the past, like, forever. Well, okay. It doesn't work so much now as it does, like, previously. So, at night, I will not sleep through the entire night if the room is not, like, 60 degrees. That's, you know... I have to be sleeping in an extremely, like, cold environment to really sleep well. If it's like anything above like 68 or 70, I just can't. I'll wake up multiple times throughout the night, tossing and turning. I've realized. Now that I have my own apartment, oh my gosh, I have slept. Well, okay, right now I'm sick, so I feel cold no matter what. And it also makes sleeping at night just the worst ever. Like, your entire body being chilled isn't the same as being cold, you know? But, you know, once I feel better and all that stuff, I have to imagine I'll be getting really good sleep again. So. It's nice that now that I have my own apartment, I'm able to set the temperature to whatever I want it to be. I love it. Next round's an insta. I got a max when I was at low ammo. I'll go with ethereal, then I'll do it. No, I will not go with ethereal, actually, no. Oh, wait until 5 a.m. We're waking up with possibly a cold. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this morning I woke up at 8 a.m. or something like that. Oh my gosh, I just wanted to die. I take for granted being healthy so much. Oh my gosh. I take for granted being healthy so much. Yeah, 40 hours, yay. I'm getting closer to being 10% of the way done with this game. Thing is, I also have like Dayquil in me right now. But I took Dayquil like 5:30 p.m. I doubt that I'll be able to take NyQuil or something else. 42... Oh, 420, 420. I'm not doing that tonight. And honestly, probably not tomorrow either. I gotta work on a lot of schoolwork tomorrow. I got a quiz, a discussion. I got chemistry stuff I gotta work on, biology, genetics, a lot. And then Saturday's the big day because that's when the Broncos play the Bills. So I'll maybe stream in the morning, but that's about it. Broncos versus Bills. I cannot wait. Ugh. It's gonna be a scary game. I need the Broncos to win, though. I'm sorry, Josh Allen, but I need the Broncos to win this. We need to beat the fraud allegations so badly. That I also have pre-calculus too, but I have zero clue how I'm actually supposed to do any of my assignments. Like, there's nothing posted at all. So I don't understand what the heck I'm even supposed to do in that class right now. I honestly, I want to drop pre-calculus 2 so badly. But I can't. I have to have the class for, like, my genetics class. Python programming? I had a C++ programming class last semester, or like a year ago about. That one kind of sucked. I didn't like it. I don't like programming. Not my thing. Classes were not fun to deal with. As in, like, the literal class, not like the classes you go to, but like classes in programming. I got genetics, biology 2, chemistry 2, pre-calculus 2, and diversity and criminology, which unironically is going to be the easiest class. Oh, psychology is actually not bad. Although you gotta take psychology for a lot of different things in school. I had to take it for criminology. I don't know, it's just something that you take a lot for a lot of different classes.
Bye, Mark.
Good online? Yeah, I do as well. At least when the class is interesting. Back a year ago when I was first when I had my first in-person classes in like 4 years, because, you know, 10th grade is when COVID started for me. I never went back to a public school after that. I did all online all the way up until my second year of college. So I had actually about 4.5 years of all online. I did my first semester back at an actual in-person, and I did very poorly. Like, okay, I still got like all like 2 A's and 2 B's of the 4 classes I took. Okay, thank you, zombies. I got 2 A's and 2 B's still, but it was so much harder. But I enjoyed it a lot more. And then last semester I took in-person classes. I think I got 100% in forensic science, which is crazy. 100% in forensic science. I got all A's last semester. This semester I'm a lot more worried about it though, because I'm so bad at biology. I have biology too. I had to study my rear end off for chemistry. I came out of that class with like a 93 or 94, so you know I did good, but a lot of work. But you know, I have genetics, biology too, and that, and then pre-calculus. It's I'm so nervous for this semester. Like, I'm not mentally checked in with it. That's the thing. Like last semester, I was mentally checked in. I'm not mentally checked in yet, especially to pre-calculus too. All the other classes, yeah, but I don't think I'm ready for pre-calculus 2 yet, honestly. I'm doing that class online, but I really think I need to take it in person. I might, oh my gosh. Yeah, biology's okay if the teacher's good. Same thing with chemistry. Like chemistry when I was in 10th grade was hard for me, but it was so easy last semester. I had a few concepts I didn't know, but it was nothing that I couldn't study. Biology it's a lot like studying forensics, and you know, it's a lot of it's like math. You study for math and like there's two types of classes you have in school. You have your math oriented classes and your English oriented classes, right? So math is anything that has to do with numbers, obviously. So chemistry would fall under that. Chemistry, you know, physics, math, anything that's mainly is to do with numbers. The way you study for those classes, you can just brute force those classes by doing practice problems. Those classes are easier to study for than others, than the other English types of classes. Math, you can brute force it with just practice problems over and over and over until you get it. Then you have your other classes like I guess a good example for me. I had 2 classes last semester that kicked my butt. One of them kicked my butt. One of them was actually pretty good, though. Forensic science, and I also had another one in criminal investigation. It is so much... your comprehension comes from reading. That's all it comes from. It comes from reading and pure memorization. Like arson. What does arson stand for? Not the fire arson, but it's sorry, not arson. Arisen, ARISN. It's an acronym used by police officers when approaching a crime scene or just a scene in general. A stands for approach. R stands for render aid to anyone who needs it. I stands for identify any potential witness or suspects. S stands for secure the scene. N stands for notify the proper authorities. You know, there's so many concepts like that. Like when we got to fingerprints, you know, what's the most common type of fingerprint? Loops, arches, or whorls? Loops are the most common, followed by whorls, then followed by arches. You know, what's the difference between an ulnar and a radial loop? So, a lot of concepts like that, like blood spatter. We had to learn about that. Blood spatter patterns, you know. There's arterial, there's 2 others, mist and something else, you know. a lot of it is just general concepts you have to know, like what's a Christmas tree stain? What do those do? Well, Christmas tree stains are to identify if a substance is like sperm or not. Whenever it's like a case that has to do with sexual assault. You know, what's class characteristics versus individual characteristics? What's you know, you have your types of reasoning. So you deductive, inductive, and abductive reasoning. So deductive is, you know, it could be almost referred to as an inference. Inductive is based off of knowledge, as in like numbers and everything. So, you know, in domestic abuse, in domestic abuse cases, more than likely you could identify that more than likely the person who abused the other person, the male probably abused the female, and it's based off pure statistics. So class characteristics like high, middle, low. So class characteristics are characteristics that can be that while they belong to like, oh, it's not a dog round, like they belong to a specific group, can't be identified to a specific person. So let's say we have a shoe print, you know. We can get a rough idea. Let's say there's a crime committed and the person left a bloody shoe print on the ground. You know, they stabbed someone, blood got over the floor, they stepped in the blood and left a bloody shoe print. While that can tell us what type of shoe the perpetrator was wearing, it can't tell us exactly who it is. You know, that shoe could be worn by a lot of people. So it's going to be but it is still evidence. So it is a class characteristic. Now, if you want to get to individual characteristics, those are types of evidence that can personally identify someone. So a good example of that would be DNA. It's like a 1 in like 35 trillion chance, or like 1 in 5 trillion, something like that, that two people have the same DNA or non-coding DNA sequences between two strands, or like two whatever on some of the loci. So it's very unlikely. Same thing with fingerprint analysis. Fingerprints are individual characteristics since they are unique to you and you only. There's never yet been a fingerprint. I mean, fingerprint are like the end all be all of individual characteristics. You know, identical twins can have the same DNA, but they cannot have the same fingerprints, because fingerprints are formed because of different pressures put on the fingers when the kid is still in the womb. You know, that's going to be unique to each of those, even though I could go on and on about this. I loved this class, you know. But yeah, it has to be interesting for the reading in English type of classes to do good in those. It has to be very interesting. So I can brute force, you know, chemistry and genetics probably. But I don't know if I can't do the same for biology. I actually have to be interested in it. So, all right, I'm on round. Invested in, yeah. I loved that class so much. It was so good. What I'm wanting to do is be a forensic science technician. So, I'm interested. So I got the I'm interested part down, but I just got to get my degree though, which kind of sucks. So, yeah, well. All right, I'm done. I'm on 260, so that's good enough. I might play a little bit more tomorrow. I'll see. It depends. Oh. All right, bye-bye. Yep, see ya.